Hope everyone's doing well tonight. Thank you so much for being here and welcome. How good are keyboards? And Snooze. Thanks for opening all these packages. Alright, I guess let's get the ball rolling, yeah? We got 5 packages to open, all behind me right here. One of them I'm not sure what it is. I think I know, but I guess we'll find that out. Probably gonna open that one at the end just to build up the suspense. So let's get it. All right. Oh, this out of the way. For anyone who hasn't seen it, this was the this was the Blade 60 we had built from last time around. But I'm realizing this guy right here, we forgot to block this up when we finished the stream by that point. I think what had happened was I took the tape out. I took the tape out because I was trying to figure out what this issue was I was seeing with it. Citizen, did you move the camera? What's different? What's different? What do you see as different? Did I do something different? I did do something different, but I didn't anticipate that you'd actually see anything different. I'm guessing you're thinking something here is different. Let's pull this off and let's do our 5-head move that we did last time around. Something's missing. Something's missing? What's missing? The tape? I'm so curious. I mean, there's definitely something different, but you guys have me more worried than ever that, like, what you guys are seeing that's different is different from what I think is different. What? That thing beside the camera. There you go. Okay, so we're all on the same page then. Yeah, I did a little bit of rearranging, I think after, maybe a day after our last stream. So I had this shelf that was in another room, and I thought that it would probably, I think that this looks better than the random table that was holding the copy stand and just a bunch of other junk. Andy. Bing Bong. Do you guys know that Bing Bong actually had some write-in votes for the mayor of New York City? I don't know if you guys knew that. Some recent trivia I found out. Bing Bong was actually a vote getter for the New York City mayoral vote. Anyways, okay, there it is. It looks a little bit better now, right? Just blocking that port. Okay. Let's shift these over. We're gonna do these a little slowly. And also, again, not on screen. I feel like I need a new 60% wrist rest. What I like, so I use this guy right here, which is just like a cheap 3M gel wrist rest. But it's not very aesthetic looking, I recognize. But what I do like about this is that, like, this is for like a full-size keyboard. But what I find great about it is that when using this wrist rest, it covers the 60% keyboards I use along with the mouse. So I don't know what you guys think, but Maybe I should just get a full-size wrist rest for like something that's custom and not this. But I like the gel, but it's just not aesthetically pleasing. All right, first package. This is a good one. This is like the start of my Black Friday shopping. Take a look at this. This is a look at that. This shining. This gold is shining on it. You can see here. It's a Philips Sonicare 9750 Diamond Clean Smart, electric toothbrush. So, it's something I've been eyeing for like the last couple of years, and I could never bring myself to buy it because it looked really expensive. Welcome to the club if you're new to electric. I've been using electric toothbrushes, but I've wanted this one specifically for some time. Like, I've been using electric toothbrush, I think, probably for the last like 5 to 6 years, but this one's like a nice premium model. So, what I really like this is that it's a charging glass. It's like a little shot glass. Anyways, you guys can look up this model. Black Friday, I think the last like 3 Black Fridays, it's been at a really good price. But I would always miss it. Like, I always just like not think about it. Yeah, it has an app. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna use the app, to be honest. Really, what I really wanted this for was this shot glass. Because it's just like, okay, this seems like a lot more easy to clean. What's the app like? I'm not sure. I haven't used this yet, but I guess it kind of just tells you the zones. Anita, what do you think? EPBT Dolce or black or white? Black on white for a white case. Ooh, can't really go wrong with either, to be honest. Yeah, I'll say that as the truth. I think that Dolce goes. Honestly, I think both go really well with pretty much any color case, to be perfectly honest. So, yeah. Yeah, both of them. If you want me to choose, well, here's my background. Just, it's funny. Here's my background. I think it's important I give my background on. If you want me to point you in some direction. +1 black on white. What I remember is being in this hobby like long enough, to the point where in my first stint, like early on, like I think Dolce just ended up being everywhere. Like it was just like everywhere. So I personally got a little bit tired of it, just a little bit tired of it. But after some time, like the Dolce craze just kind of ended, and I think I'm okay with it again. Meanwhile, black on white, I guess it's black on white. Yeah, black on white on a white case, I think also looks pretty good. Yeah, I mean, that too. I mean, part of me in my head, okay, I'm not going to lie. I'm going to be totally admit here. When I first read that, I was thinking of white on black in my head. When I was first reading this message. White on black on a white case, what I think is important is that depending on like your shade of white, it may or may not match. Like, I have a white on black case, or white on black key set where like it's kind of not quite white. It's like a little bit cool and a little tiny, like a tiny bit gray, and it doesn't match with E-white super well. But it's not a very common key set. It's like an old, it's an old GMK set that ran in like 2013. But then I have like other, I have other black on white, or sorry, yeah, black on white sets that are much better matching in terms of what we're looking for. Okay, second package. We got a bunch of these stabilizer sets because we've been running low, and some 415 keys. We got some stickers here. I was running low, So I'm happy to get this. 415 keys had a pretty good sale, but the thing was, at some point, all these... Anita, thank you for the follow. Thank you for your opinion. Yeah. Conmo, not a good match. Loved Ivory. Right on. All these vendors that were doing Black Friday sales, which included stabilizers, I think they all ran out of the Smoky, so everything just kind of has relegated here to clear. So here we go. We got 5 sets. I've been running a little bit behind, but we're gonna find another thing interesting in the next couple packages. All right. Let's go with this. Thank you for your opinion. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Thanks everyone for being here on a Sunday night. Not a typical stream night. But it's nice having y'all here. Appreciate it. Okay. Let me make sure my address is out of sight here. I think it is. Alright guys, we got some coffee crisp from Zeal. But of course that's not all. We got a couple of expensive Gateron switches from our good friends at Zeal. So we got some 67 gram Zelio V2. CJ, no, these aren't CJs actually. I haven't tried CJs or I haven't purchased any yet, but if you're curious about what this is, this right here are Aqua Xylants. Tactile silent switch. I've always been like a little curious, but you know, like the price for Zeal switches are always kind of like a bit of a turnoff. But Black Friday they had a little discount. Ahoy! Ahoy hoy! Alright, so Kajata, Anita, Zero, Dallas, welcome. Thanks for being here. And finally we got here open this up. How's the guy? Alright, these are Rosilio switches, which I think are just 67 like heavier Helio switches, I guess. It's just a spring swap and a different color. But I'm doing good. Doing good. So yeah, this is it. So that is package number 3. Package number 3 is in the books. I have a ton of candy. Like I get all of this candy from all these like vendors whenever I just make purchases, and a lot of this candy how do I put this? I won't eat. It's not that I can't eat it. I have the physical capability to eat it, but I won't eat them. I don't eat chocolate. I don't eat meat. Rosilios are a silent linear. Yes. I think yeah, they're Helios, but with a heavier spring. All right, next up. Little package from Divinity. We got here. Oh my god, this is how they set. This is how they set this. All right, hold up. I gotta show you guys this. This is ridiculous. I gotta make sure so all the places in my address can be seen. Look at this, guys. I think, oh man, I need to look at this. Okay. We've got, these are 25 packs and they're all bagged in 25 packs. I feel like this is kind of wasteful here. But I mean, I guess that's what they do. So these are, I haven't tried this for KTT strawberry switches. We got 75 there. You gotta be kidding me with this, man. So, good lord. All right. These are Texi Diamond switches. I just got about 500 switches like that from them. Yeah. Tanya, welcome. XDeeds, welcome. Yeah, but what's... Okay, actually, this is not so bad. This is not so bad because... My god, what am I looking at? Okay, wait, I got it. Okay, so these... Oh my god, this is so terrible. These are JWick yellow switches, apparently. JWick yellow switches, and there's more of these in one of them. I think that it is... These are KS9 switches, Gateron Pro KS9, and these are Gateron Pro KS3 Milky. And it was probably a good thing that I got more of one than the other, which I can tell is this one. So at least now I can know. Pacified Lizard, my best human friend. So many switches. Yeah, this is kind of excessive. I shouldn't have done this. I went a little nuts, didn't I? Meanwhile, Divinity, I ended up placing 2 orders with Divinity, and they didn't... I reached out because I had to pay shipping on one because I was getting all these 7U spacebar stabilizers because I needed the wires for them. And then the other order I had, how many is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I ordered 10 of these and I didn't qualify for free shipping, but my other order of all these switches did. Yet they haven't reached out back. They haven't responded to when I reached out to them about trying to waive the shipping on the second. $5, but decided to say the little bags to use or bag loom springs right on. I'm not a big bag looper. I do all my springs individually. Alright, we got some extra slow 2 springs. Because why not? Alright. Yep, okay, so I think that's it. Okay. Should have one more package, and this one I'm very, very curious about. And I'm also worried here because I'm not gonna I'm trying not to show my address. Maybe I could try to rip this off. Give me a second, but I want to show you guys this because this is the way it is. My goodness. This ain't working. I can't tear this off. This is one of those packages where I'm just like looking at it and I can tell that this is going to be impossible to open. So I'm going to spend like the next like 10 minutes just trying to open this package. I'm telling you guys. So that I'm not doing it all off screen, I'm trying to get rid of the label so that I don't dox myself. But I'm failing to do this properly. I'm gonna get it, guys. Believe. Mickey Ryu, welcome. Welcome to this stream. Hope you're doing well. I'm trying to remove a shipping label so that I don't unintentionally dox myself. Welcome everyone. to tonight's late night Sunday stream. For those of you for whom it is also late night on a Sunday. Okay, I think we've got enough of this ripped off. All right, take a look. This is what I mean. Like, this is like one of these packages that's just impossible. But I think I'm beginning to rip it open. Aha! That's what I was thinking. So, ooh, kind of jumbling up the box here. We had a failed Skeleton 60 build a little while back. Because the screw holes that were tapped in on the top case, as it is a top mounted keyboard, they don't want you to open it, they really don't. But these screw holes that were tapped in were just like, they were messed up. I could not, for the life of me, get it done. So, we will revisit that at some point. I don't, like, I kind of want to do it now just because it's here and it's in front of us. But I also know that, like, knowing me, I'll somehow manage to make this last another 5 hours. This stream. So I'm just like, maybe I'll save that for another day. But let's see what they've included here. It should just be a top case, but I wonder. You really never know. Oh wow, they also actually included a bottom case. They just removed all of the brass stuff. So that is interesting, to say the least. So check this out. I'm not gonna open this. I feel like this is just like, this is definitely something for another day, but you can see here, this is connected in this way, but there's no plate. So we'll just have to kind of hope that the way that these new screw holes, or the screw holes on this new top case is tapped the way I want it to. But I'm surprised that they actually sent me a new bottom as well. So it's a funny thing because I don't think that this is going to be any more useful. Like, having an extra bottom is not really going to give me much, to be perfectly honest. Kind of. I mean, like, I guess I can I can run this weightless, which is kind of funny, but I need some new feet, I guess. Get some new feet. Oh, you guys can see this. I guess new feet for this, and then just run this board weightless. Anyways, we'll figure it out. The other thing that's kind of silly is that I made the goofy move, like that could actually have been useful, but I made the goofy move of all the boards that I didn't get a second PCB for, this was one of them, and it kind of sucks because I have so many, like I have like 3 plates. So this one, like, for the fact that they gave me a second one, is like, maybe I could have, what was it? I think that, like, Tempest was describing helicoil, and other people were saying retap the screws. But I can still do that with the old one, but it's just I could have potentially turned this into 2 keyboards. All right. Anyways, that's it for all the packages. But let's take a look now, guys. This is the D60 we had built. Let's see if we can find this out. Matter of fact, we could do this. So if you guys haven't already seen this is my collection. It's a little bit out of date, but we can take a look. This D60 I had built on January 21st. And I think it's time for a rebuild. We could actually do multiple builds. Like I could do a second build on it because I have another plate, and you know it just takes a DZ60. But I want to do this rebuild because something has kind of bothered me about this build in general. It's kind of really specifically the spacebar. But I think the rest of the switches too. We could just switch them out. So. These use EV, check this out. These use EV01. It's an HHKB website. Hey, it's HHKB gang. These use EV01 switches from round 1. And that wasn't enough of a hint. What we're going to be changing to today is EV01 round 2, which just matches a little bit better. And on top of that, we do have Mecha-01, which we'll be able to run today on this as well. And I think that matches pretty well given it's a black keyboard and it has this purple USB cutout. So let's try it out, guys. Alrighty. So let's get all these keycaps off. And it's cool because now we can utilize these keycaps on a different board. For those who don't know, this right here is not GMK white on black. I may have pointed this out in that. Oh man, it's pretty dirty in there. In that January stream, but this is actually I believe this is cherry. When I'm looking at this, these are cherry OG double shots. And it also utilizes a group buy for icon mods from about 2016. And so you can see here, one thing in particular that you might have saw was the purse caps lock, as well as the pentagon, like the house backspace. It's funny, I have so much old white on black that I look at this and I just think like I don't want to spend $120, $130 getting a new white on black set because I already have white on black. But you know, drop offer, I know drop offers it and all that, but on the other hand, it's that like this is the only white on black backspace I have. And I mean, it's like I also have a bunch of white on black group buys that are not just like the standard one, but like just other types of white on black sets between, geez, what do I have? Let me take a look at all my sets. We got Cyrillic white on black. I got Shansui coming. The white on black Cyrillic. Taking a look here. And then I think I'm going to get in on JIS too. So it's like I feel like I have very little motivation to go and get just like another standard white on black set, other than really it's like I'd be spending $130 just for like a control key and a backspace. That's literally it. Alright guys, this is it. I ended up swapping in a red switch right here, just so that I knew that it was a different switch. but we're gonna undo this anyways. What I've been doing more recently is I just mark it with a silver Sharpie instead of just putting in a whole new stem. You know what I was thinking was you could probably run red stems in all of these, and then it would like kind of match the Berserk theme. I was kind of thinking of doing that. It's just really just a cosmetic Franken switch. There's no other reason than that. This is Torx? What is this? She did Torx on this, didn't they? They really did. I forgot about this. I'm not gonna lie, guys. You guys might have just seen that, but one big pet peeve I have out of my own stream, I don't know, just my own stream, but whenever like I like dip in here to like just more closely inspect something, then you see like my forehead come into the screen. Oh, like I hate when that happens on my own streams. I get a little curious. I don't know if anyone has any opinions here. Maybe I should put up a poll or something. But I'm wondering, for those of you who regularly watch keyboard streams, do you like this situation better where you could see more of the board? Or do you like the situation better where you see more of the desk? So it's like the board's just at the bottom and then you see a whole bunch of stuff here. Oh wow, these gaskets are looking kind of crazy. And I made the brilliant move of putting the gaskets on the plate. I should have done it on the case. Okay. So, what are things looking like for today? Well, one, what's nice is we won't have to do stabilizers, or I don't think we have to. But these are some pretty old. I think these are like some leftover, either, GMK or Cherry stabilizers from a long ass time ago. So maybe it would be worthwhile. But on the other hand, I'm lazy. It's already here and it's already working. So look at these curvy gaskets, following the pattern from before. My god. I kind of want to, I have some extra. Ever tried those ink stabs? I have not. But I kind of want to rip these gaskets off because I think I have some other gaskets from a D65. Maybe we can see if they match size. KBDFans sells these like D65 extra gaskets, and I wonder if they're the same. I've been meaning to check and find out. Let's take a look. Well, what do you know? I think they match. So we might rip off all these gaskets and then try putting it on the case instead. So let's just do the desoldering job and then let's just kind of see from there. So let me. I don't know where I put my work mat, so I did shift this around, as some of you were able to tell. I feel happy that you guys were able to tell. I was just trying to make it a little nicer. It's a one of those 2x4 cases, the box cubbies, and it just has a bunch of stuff in there. I don't know if you guys can see it. I'm guessing not, but the top is filled with amiibos. I don't know if you guys are into amiibos, but I don't know where my work vat is. I shifted everything around. I have no idea where I put any of this. Isn't that silly? My God. Oh, I see it. It was right here the whole time. So yes, I still can't get used to 60%. Ah, man, 60% where it's at. Ooh. Careful there. All right, so let's just start our desoldering. So we're gonna pull out the gun here. %60 is a true party. I think I should just pull the gaskets off. Kind of want to. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it, guys. Wish me luck. Oh God. Oh God, this doesn't look good. I'm trying to pull it off. There we go. There we go. Oh, this is getting a little funky. I got it. Okay. 1 out of many. 6, 8, 16. 1 out of 16 done. 60 to 65% boards you only buy and work on fewer switches. Yes. Yes, that's what is nice. Way fewer. Let me go grab the fume extractor. I've been noticing lately the fume extractor, the filter is getting a lot of buildup, which is alarming and kind of gross, but that's kind of the indicator that you know it's working properly. So. I will turn off the secondary mic here so it ain't so loud. Alright, here we go. You also work on fewer stabilizers too. That's what's cool about 60% boards. Especially HHKBs, you only got like 3 stabilizers to do. It's way less worry. all around. Do this upside down. I'm also recalling, I think there's like a plate foam on this too. Kind of want to get rid of it. Let's do a little mid-gun cleanup here. See if we can get any particular gunk out of this. So I guess while we're here, let's kind of just check. Moon Operator, what's going on? Let's kind of just check that I've done this okay. So these pop out, this one popped out. This one also popped out. All right, cool. Moon Operator, how you been? It's been a minute. I'm kind of getting this feeling here that this filter assembly needs to change, or I just need to scrape a bunch of this solder gunk out of here. One of the two. Has been a while, man. I hope you've been good. Let's try again. Continuing along. Got my first GMK. Oh, nice. Rouge. Nice. Very cool. I ended up getting Rouge on the aftermarket. It's a good looking set, man. Very cool. Very exciting. Rouge gang. It's a nice set. I have some plans with it. I haven't mounted it to anything yet. But I do have some plans. Yeah. This board is supposed to be shipping kind of soon, and I feel like what I ended up getting with it is gonna work really well with Rouge. Nice switchboard. Ooh. It's a really looking forward to it. I think and I hope it'll work well. It's a purple piggy. Piggy 60. If you wanted to see, I think my collection page has it for what's on the way. So I don't know. I think and I hope it's gonna look real nice. That's the thick board, yes. And like, I don't know. The way that purple is gonna come in, I hope, based off of some of these photos, I think it's gonna look really nice. Especially with Rouge. Think and I hope. I do have a screenshot of what that product page used to look like with that purple piggy. Oh yeah, it's gonna look at me. Here's to hoping. Here's to hoping that purple will look as good real life as it does on these product photos. I think I saw Lil Sax put Rouge on a pink board and the combo was clean. Nice. Morg GG, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Pink and lavender. Ooh. Alright, I'm not gonna lie. Switch wise. Alright, something I feel like it's getting a little gross. Let's see, we might want to change this. I do have give me a second. I'm gonna go grab this. I'll continue my thought because I'm certain I won't forget it when I come back to this conversation. But give me 1 second. Grab these little filters here. Alright, this is exactly what I need right here. Replacement, what do they call this? Pipe filter. Replacement pipe filters. These are kind of pricey. I think it was like 60 for 10. So this is like a $6 replacement. I just feel like, let's find out if this was the difference. But yeah, I have lavender switches like on hand that I haven't tried using yet. Oh yeah, that feels a lot better. Like it feels like way cleaner to use. I have some lavender switches, and I also have these like SP Star Con Momo switches. So like again, looks wise on the switch portion of this. I feel like I'm also kind of set there too. Bring out the desolder pump. I like my gun, man. Okay. That should be it. I wonder if this just lifts off. I doubt it. So I'm going to just pull all these off. Does have a nice colorway? Yeah. Move this out for now. Just throw that right there. You guys can still see it. In case you guys miss it, it's right behind me. If you guys are getting lonely, need to make sure my fume extracting friend is still there. Just right over my right shoulder. We're gonna totally just get rid of case or plate foam on this, because part of me has kind of felt like, I don't know, this board, the D60, when I was using it, was just like, I really liked it at the time because I literally had no HHKB customs back in January. But after some time, it kind of like made me feel like, I don't know, like, I feel like I gave FR4 kind of like a lukewarm review, and it might not have been FR4's fault. It could have been because I put this plate foam that kind of made me feel like it was a little lifeless. Andy Bing Bong, welcome back. Thank you for your continued contributions to my stream here. Oh shit, I missed one. I do want to crack open this red switch. While I'm here using FR4 play phone. I don't know. Like, I felt like in retrospect this board was very okay. And I want to see if FR4 without plate foam will make me feel very differently. Be like, whoa, this board suddenly. Watch, and then I end up hating this more without the plate foam. Come on, man. You gotta be kidding me. What's going on with this? Fuck your life, bing bong. Man, I feel like I may need to solder this. No, we got it. Did I lift some pad? That would not be good. I don't think I did. I think we're good. Let's just put that off to the side there. Alright, meanwhile, I'm going to crack this open real quick just to find out what's going on inside. Well, I believe this has also helped sour me on this. I used this MX Black Spring, I think like a vintage MX Black Spring. And what I think is bad about like cherry black springs specifically is they're short. The springs are just short. Okay, it looks like there are these Phillips screws for putting the plate together with the PCB due to the case foam. So let's get this out of here. There are so many screws here, my god. You're an hour 4 in. I'm gonna put up this poll real quick. What do you guys think? I'm gonna put up this poll. Let's put this up for, let's do a 5-minute vote. Should I redo the stabilizers? These are like some old, what the shit? I get this feeling I did this in the wrong direction. What do you guys think? Anyway, should I redo these stabilizers? I think I was supposed to unscrew from the bottom. Whoops. These are some old GMK or Cherry or something. Use the 7Us you got. But the thing is also, I might have lubed them funny. I think that's also a downside, is that like, the thing is like, I was playing with this right before, and they're not bad, but it's just like, I think I was using this old like super lube on it, and I might have, might just be a little weird, but at the same time, like, does it matter really? Maybe it shouldn't matter as long as it sounds good. I think the first ever VOD I put up to YouTube was about 1 year ago, about 11 months ago. And that was me and Ada. We were working on rebuilding her tofu, just because I felt like something fishy was happening with her stabilizers, because I wasn't doing what I do now. Not that I would even particularly say that my stabilizer usage is very strong. Like how I do them is a very great, grand process. But I don't know. But you're right. We did just get a bunch of stabilizers in today. Okay, there's 4 left in here. This is a very weird thing. I can't lie. So there are these like standoffs that have to exist between this plate and this PCB, and some of them, but not all of them, some of them are in the placements of these like tray mount screws. And I'm like, huh, that's kind of interesting. Okay, so I think we've covered that. So I'm just gonna get these back on the plate for now. I hope I'm not doing this in a weird, wrong order. But I think we were also in the process of trying to rip out these gaskets from earlier as well. I wanted to put these on the case instead. Alright, this gasket's completely torn. Just put these on the side here. Alright, vote time closing in. Looks like yes is leading 1-0. Alright, so this build is going to be a little bit longer than usual. Or a little bit longer than the short stream I thought we might have. It's never short. That's the funny part of this. So here's to hoping that the D65 gaskets are the same as the D60 gaskets. I don't think they would make them different. I'm pretty sure they're the same. Just slowly peeling them all off in no particular pattern, so I kind of don't even know how many I have left, to be perfectly honest. It's supposed to be 16 total. I think I've taken off like 4 or 5. 5 maybe? I feel like I'm also gonna have to get rid of some of this residue. You know, I have one of those like spackle tools. You know what I'm talking about? Just like a little scraper. I'm gonna go grab it. I am probably gonna eventually do a second build in this D60 as well, so kind of my motivation here for removing these gaskets. A putty knife. That's what it's for. The cow stands alone. Just use isopropyl. Cow stands alone. Welcome to the stream. I wonder if this helps. Is this stupidly excessive? Am I gonna ruin the FR4? Why take off gaskets? I for one, like looking back at it, my gasket placement work was not particularly strong. Everything looks very curvy. Two is that a few reasons. I'm eventually, like, I'm planning on doing like a second build in this with like another separate plate PCB assembly. And 3, it's like I just have gaskets to spare. I ended up buying the D65 gaskets on KBDFans, which I think pretty sure are interchangeable with these, you know, the D60 ones. This seems helpful. You're gonna scratch board? All right. I pay no mind. I'm trying to scuff it though. It ain't fun if you don't. I need to get like toothbrushes. We're doing. Oh, Starfire Penguin. Thank you for the big ol' raid. That party of 5 Starfire Penguin, welcome. Thank you for that raid, and welcome everyone who's here. Starfire Penguin, what were you working on today? I'm guessing, I'm supposing that you're working on some keyboard related content. Is that right? Hello, hello. Just finished lubing switches and keep new. How you been? Oh, right on, right on. Welcome, guys. Welcome, everybody. What switches were you lubing? Zeus 5076. You got this. Thank you. Just removing some gaskets right now. Twilights. Rockstar Clark, welcome. Wait, where do Twilights come from? My curiosity. I feel like that's a Switch name I'm not familiar with. I've been trying to familiarize myself. I feel like I've kind of been going with a lot of the same Switches from the same manufacturers, brands, and all that. But I've been trying to get a little better acquainted with everything. It's from a GB that intended to do like okay, right on. I'll check that out. I now that I think of it, like maybe that's familiar. I feel like maybe I might have heard of that. I'm not certain, but I'm curious. Right now I'm just using this putty knife to try to remove these old gaskets that look a little funky. Cow Stand Alone, thank you for the follow. Keep Noob, welcome. And as per Starfire Penguin, thank you so much for welcoming this community here. Zeus 5076, thank you for the follow as well. Speaking of Franken Switch inspired group buys, stoked for my Penyu and Haramato to come in. Thank you for the follow, Starfire Penguin. What's good? We chilling. We always, without fail, try to figure out how to make these streams go extra long. So today is no different. We are going to do some gasket replacement, and also we're going to do some stabilizer lubing, as we were trying to do this rebuild here for this D60, which initially was just meant for switching out the actual key switches. We're doing a lot more. Rockstar Clark, thank you for the follow. Zeus, you're still awake? Maybe a different time zone? I suppose we're not here in California for anyone out there who might not know. I'm here in San Francisco. North Carolina. Ooh, it's pretty late. The nicest fight starter ever. Starfire Penguin also in California. Right on. We're also gonna do, like Cow Standalone mentioned, I think. We're gonna do a little cleanup here. Some alcohol as well. Start a fight here too. Oh boy. What's this fight about? Got some hot takes for keyboards? Give me your hot takes. That's what this is all about. What are your guys' keyboard hot takes? I got some of the hottest takes. It's tedious. Flight at 3 p.m. It's Mount Olympus tomorrow. Bag lubing stems. Ooh. Oh man, I don't know about that. I think bag lubing springs is already kind of, I don't know, smooth brained. ain't a bag lubing guy. Something about bag lubing just has always seemed off to me. Ooh, the hot take monotone sets are superior. Ooh. Love. I agree with that wholeheartedly. When you mean, wait, okay, monotone. Do you mean like, by monotone, do you mean black and white in some way? Or do you mean two colors, but like the alphas and the mods are the same color? Because there's a couple different meanings of monotone here. Yeah, just two colors. Yeah, two colors. Yeah. When it's white on any color. When it's like white legends on any color. Ooh, best by far. Zeus, okay, bye. Good luck. You can do it. Have fun, everyone. Hey, Zeus, thanks so much for dropping by. Thanks so much for coming along here. Totally a spring bag luber. How do you oil your springs? Dipping, coating. Yeah, I just brush it on. I use the same oil everyone uses to bag lube, but then I use a brush for it. I don't know. Bag lubing just puts me off for some reason. Sandstorm? Ooh, Sandstorm. I've been using 105, but I feel like it's too thin. So I'm thinking of grabbing some 106 at some point, maybe even 107. What do you guys think? If I'm never gonna bag lube, but I'm instead just gonna be brushing, what are your guys' suggestions for oils? Sir Mike.
Jesus Christ!
Alrighty. Let me go grab. I got alcohol here somewhere. There we go. Sandstorm, so good. Oh my god. So many key sets. Classic red with that alternate base. Bro, you know, I love your shot of Mac crowd surfing, by the way. Oh, thank you. I was pretty surprised. I've gotten a lot of comments that one was really something that people liked, which is crazy because I'm like, yeah, I don't know. I personally, I liked all my other ones just as much or even more, but a lot of people really like the Mac shot. Okay, hot takes. I have one very giant hot take, which is when it comes to keyboard. This is my biggest hot take, is a very big generalization, but when it comes to keyboards, I personally think that everyone is just making everything up. Like, I don't know. Like, whenever someone's talking about the way something sounds or the way something feels, you know, just like different mounting options, I feel like everything is just made up. What mat is that? Is nice. This is American Haptics, purple and black marbled work mat. Talking out their ass. Yeah, no, I mean, it's just like, yeah, sounds deep, sounds muted. I mean, it's like, I guess you can kind of grab something out of there, but I just feel like, oh, this, I feel like everything's made up. It's like, oh yeah, you could tell the difference between materials used in switches for top housings and bottom housings and stems. I'm like, but can you? Sounds like crispy chicken skin. Everything is made up. But, you know, it's like, even despite that, I personally think everything is made up. But with that said, that doesn't make it any less fun. That's why I'm here. That's why I have a collection in the first place. You know? That's why I'm here building keyboards every week. Like, I think the opinions, personally, that I respect the most is, yeah, I can't tell the difference. That is the opinion I respect the most, because that is the most honest of them. Huh, I'm streaming an hour and a half, I realize. But it is kind of late, isn't it? And there's some really weird gunk on this. Man, I wish there was like just a better way to get this gunk off. Like, I have some goo gone, but I feel like that's pretty damn aggressive just to get off little pieces of gunk. The only thing I'm really worried about here is like filing down the edges of this FR4. That seems really dangerous. Also, this is like 99% alcohol, so it's just like drying really fast, which is kind of annoying. Almost done cleaning this off. A little more than I expected, but alright. I'll drive quick anyways. Alright, I feel like I'm done. I'm done cleaning this. Alright. Maybe this alcohol is how I clean this. This mat. This mat's like becoming very gross. I feel like it's... This paper towel also doesn't help. Alrighty. So, what's next? So, there's a few things we have here in store. Where to begin? I don't remember the order in which to do this. I care not so much for finding out. If anyone wants to find out for me, please be my guest. But I'm just gonna guess on what to do. So it is I'm putting these screws in to the plate for these like standoffs between the plate and the PCB. This is also not quite right. These are the wrong screws. Then I'm going to redo some stabilizers, as we had mentioned earlier. Two more left. It's just the right number of screws here. One more. Is this even necessary for anything other than the plate foam? Like, I guess I'm curious as to why would this even be necessary? What's the purpose of this? I really don't know, and I gotta Google this. Like, hold up. Why am I doing this? Wait, what am I even doing here? Makes no sense. D60 assembly manual. Install screws for the plate. Put plate foam. Was that it? I think that literally might have been it. I don't even need to put these in. I don't want to. What if I don't want to use a plate foam? I think that was literally it. There's little spacers here for where the actual screws were supposed to go. I feel like I don't need to do this. What do you guys think? The standoffs are so the plate is secured to the PCB. Yeah, but like, don't you have that regardless? Like, it went as by virtue of soldering in the switches. Like, and the switches click in. Like, I mean, it's not like these are at risk of popping out. But by the way, Genyu Saihan, welcome. Oh, is this solder or hot swap? This is solder. So I think that's another thing too. Is this board came with you don't know, yeah, this came with a hot swap PCB, but I was like, I want to solder. So I mean, it's like a DZ60 hot swap, and then you just replace it with a solder DZ60. Okay, this makes sense. Like I think the only other usage that this has then is for like making sure that you're aligned with the plate foam too then, right? Wait, let me think about, give me some time to also think about this. Why do you, on top of that, also need to, why, how do I put this? Why is this necessary for hot swap even? Let me ask that question. I just want to pose that. That's what I'm a little bit confused about. But welcome again, can you? Like I recognize like the Kara, the Ramakara with the hot swap PCB is also like that as well. But I'm also thinking about how I took this DZ60 hot swap that was supposed to come with this, and then I put it in another board. Or like I put it in a Switch Couture stacked acrylic case. And I'm wondering, like, was I not supposed to do that? Because it worked. It could just be there for use with a tray mount case. Lala, welcome. Next D's, welcome back. By the way, guys, while we're here, Monday and Wednesday we're gonna come back to photography related streams. So tomorrow I'm gonna be working on developing some film. And then we're gonna come back around on Wednesday and then start scanning them. So just wanted to give that heads up to everybody. All right, as per the 1-0 vote from a little bit earlier, we're going to be totally redoing our stabilizers today. So we're going to unscrew these. These are some old GMK screw-ins. And we're going to put in some of these new Durock V2s we just got in the mail today. You can kind of see, I can see at least, I don't know if you guys can, but I think we just kind of flooded this with a bunch of like super lube, some kind of like dielectric grease. And it's funny because it's not bad, like it worked. But kind of just would rather redo this, especially considering that that's how the vote turned out. Alrighty, let's grab a set of these boxes. It's just right in front of us anyways, so might as well. Oh, overhead. My bad, guys. Alrighty, got what we need here. What do we need right here is interesting. Quite know which one's which of these two brushes, but maybe it doesn't matter. Okay. Guess we'll just go at it. Oh, there's so much going on all over here. Desk is full of everything. Okay, so we are going to just lube these housings, followed by lubing the inserts. So 6 total of each. Trying to make this quick for y'all. Cows down, I'm building my first keyboard soon. Any tips? Hot swap, KBD tofu kit, right on. Tips. Do you already have all the parts for it? Because I think what's I noticed kind of interesting is that if you buy like a tofu case, like one of the like aluminum cases, it's gonna be, you know, like a kind of a, I guess I would say a typical tray mount if you're going like the 60 win key route with it. What I think is interesting is there's like a video that has, I feel like no tips required for that bad boy. There's a video that kind of gotten like pretty popular, which is like, it's called something like the best tofu I ever felt or something. And what they did was on the standoffs, they like put little O-rings there so that there's just like a little bit more bounce, because it's like it'll be a little softer. So that might be worth a shot if you're willing to try out what people say they like out of like softer feeling keyboards. Then with that said, there are some 60 cases. There's even like if you have the tofu, or if you're still planning and you haven't bought it already, there's like I ended up buying this. It was like a walnut tofu case, whereby I think they have something kind of already built and planned for you to have that type of O-ring bounce on your tray mount. Like it's like a two-way standoff system. I think the walnut 60% tofu has that. So yeah, this is just something to throw out there. With that said, I'm personally gonna be totally honest in saying that like there's so many people, like there's so many content creators and just people in the hobby in general who will really plug like having a softer typing experience. For me personally, like I don't consider a soft typing experience necessarily better. Just that's my thing. Like A stiff experience is good. A soft experience is also good. So that's just what I want to mention. But what's cool is that, like, pretty much with so many boards, and including things like Tofu's, you have options. It's just something that I think is worthwhile to mention. Yes and no, I'm still waiting for all stuff to come, so maybe. Okay. I realize also my secondary mic has been off. Maybe you guys might be able to hear me a little bit better now. But when I was doing the solder sucking with the gun, I turned that off because I don't really like with the fan on. It just gets all crazy. $70 or $75. I also got their 10 key red on. Need my 10 key. Alright, alright. I just do everything on the numero. I mean, I use HHKVs all the time, so I kind of have to. Sorry for everything. Alright, I'm out. It's nice to meet you. Have fun with the rest of the stream. Hey, appreciate it. Hey, thanks so much, by the way, for sending over a community here. Appreciate it. Hope you have a good night. See you again soon. Used to 100%. Ooh. Rare. Alrighty. All 6 done. Let's get the BDZ. Whip this guy out. Alright. Typically we'll like to do these 2 first because they're harder. I feel like they're more challenging. And Thixius, welcome. Welcome back to the stream. Always nice to have you here, man. Using a Razor Chroma Black Widow, needs to repair some of its LEDs. Oof. LEDs are rough. Especially if they're like the 2-pin LEDs through the switches. And Dixius, hope you've been well. Working on a rebuild of this D60. Put a little bit more. Been doing well. Right on, right on. Glad to hear it. An ice cream flurry I couldn't have for like 2 weeks straight. What was going on for 2 weeks? What prevented you from getting it before? If you don't mind me asking. I typically get ice cream when I would like to have ice cream. And it typically isn't 2 week spans. I see. Well, hope you're feeling better now. Use the same lube between switches, springs, and stabilizers? I do not. You technically can. Technically. I would say that most people typically will use an oil for their springs. But I use 3 different lubricants for all 3. So like right here I'm using XHT BDZ, which is a little pricey, but I found it to be really good for stabilizers. For switches, I'm using 205 grade 0, kind of because I don't know, I feel like it's pretty versatile. I haven't really tried very many other switch lubes, but 205 grade 0 is pretty versatile among all the switches that I want to use and how I want them to be used. And then on top of that, I think a lot of people will use oils for springs. So I use 105, but I'm thinking of switching over to something else. Can you link to each? Some people here might be able to try to find some links to it. I'll see if I can get to it, but my hands are a little full. Hands are a little full at the moment. I actually just picked up some XHT BDZ from lube.no. I think it's a Norwegian vendor. And looking to upgrade sizes. So I've been using these little 5 gram jars. This is my second 5 gram jar for BDZ. But found out that lube.no is selling a 25 gram jar for about 70-ish. I'm like, well, I got boards for days, so I got boards for days, so I'm gonna need all this lube. XHT BDZ, yes. It's very thick and marshmallow-like, and its cleanliness is leaves a lot to the imagination, but I have found that they function very well. Or this lube has functioned very well for stabilizers. Damn, what the... Having so much trouble snapping this in. There we go. My goodness. Made kind of a mess there. Alright. I hope that's okay. Try to save the easiest for last. We do the 7U spring. The very end of it. A lot more wiggle room. with that said, I also hate 7U space bars the most. I've really been like thinking and hoping. I once heard Lightning mention there's these like 3-unit space bars that have been like added to kitting for a lot of like sets, GMK sets, and I think among other non-GMK buys too. And it hit me. Well, Lightning had mentioned it. He goes like, yeah, like hopefully this paves the way for like this alternative to 7-unit space bars, which would be 313 space bars. And what I think would be especially cool about that, I don't know, I've just been thinking about this. What I would think would be especially cool about that is your 1 unit in between the 2 3-unit space bars is where you could possibly put a bottom row completely centered artisan. But the funny thing is that like you can't really just like find what is it? Convex. Rivers Tech, thank you for the follow. You can't really just find convex 3-unit space bars right now. And even if you could, there aren't really 313 PCBs. It's just they don't exist right now, I feel like. Closest I had seen was Heine's H60 does 275, 15, 275, which is interesting, but you don't really have 1.5 unit artisans. On top of that, you kind of need some pretty specialized plates for this 313 action that I'm mentioning, but also you custom plates right now for that H60 situation too. Alrighty, let's get these screwed into the plate here. I feel like with how disorganized everything is on my work mat right now, this is going to turn out a lot like my build from, what was it now, 11 months ago? Where everything was just a mess. What color D60 is it? It's black. Alu black. Grab another paper towel and clean this up a little bit. But it's a black anode alu. This is like the first D60s that they were running, I think, back this time last year, I would say. Alright, let's get it in here. What oil you use for springs? Right now I use 105. Yeah, I think it's just 105. Crytox 105. And where did I just throw that? I'm thinking of switching over to 106. I think 105 is really good for bag lubing. Or as what they claim is really good for bag lubing, but I am not a bag luber. So I am thinking of switching off to something a little thicker because I brush lube my springs, which I think is apparently kind of rare. People typically don't brush lube their springs, I guess. Ugh. Ah! Damn. Yeah, I'm smooth braining, screwing in these stabilizers, that's for sure. Alright. Damn, for real? I don't recall having this much trouble putting in this left shift stabilizer in the past. But alright. Things working out okay so far. Alright, last one up. What size brushes do you use for each part? Oh, that's a good question. Whew. I can tell you what these brushes are in front of me. Give me a second. Let's see what I have. So, this one that I use for BDZ. Fuck, this one doesn't even say. But okay, I'll just be totally real with you. I got this like 30 pack. I got this 30 pack of 00 brushes off Amazon. I wouldn't say that they're the greatest brushes, but like it was like 30 for $8. And I don't know, they suffice knowing that they were $8, but they're not the best brushes in the world. These brushes I kind of use for everything. Kind of. I think what's worthwhile is, here's what I'll say. I personally think that the brush tip is a little long, but you also don't want it to be too short either. So like, if you get something that's like just a little bit shorter than this, I think it would work well for everything. But with that said, if you're getting like brushes from vendors, like yeah, like they might cost a little more than your Amazon 30 pack for $8. But they are going to be better brushes. Like that's just the truth. Alrighty. Let's start mounting a couple of switches here, just so we could test out these stabilizers. Well, is this the reason why I'm just like, I'm looking at this now and thinking, maybe we do need to keep this screwed together, because it's a DZ60, so everything is just flying out. Oh my god. I'm a fan of throwing down early to save on headaches for later. That's true. That is not a bad idea. Okay, so how many of these are there? One, two, I think it's 3 and 4 right here. Flat around. Wait, are you putting on standoffs again? I am. I am putting on standoffs again because it's like I don't know. I'm putting the ones where there's the screw hole on the opposite side of the on the PCB, because there's like a shitload of standoffs, but I feel like throwing them in is not necessary for all of them. But reason I'm doing this is because I'm already noticing off the bat there's like a weird, I don't know if I'm like crazy or something, but these are like flying off, like the plate with like switches like just like clipped in. There's something just a little bit weird about it. It's not affixing itself like the way I kind of want it to, which kind of makes sense, but at the same time, let's just do this. Ain't gonna kill us. So just four standoffs rather than the 6, like the 10 that they include. Flat or round brush. I would also again say, like, I'm not sure that it necessarily matters if you go flat or round, but I think like the ones in front of me are round. Flat is easier for switches, I think. Fair. I think I'll agree with that. Oh, you know what? You know what? I have like a really stupid looking switch in here somewhere, but I need to do a spring for the space bar, a heavier spring, which I have. Oh shit. HHKB. Bruh. DZ60s and these like plates that I don't make, I'm like, I never get these right. So let me come back to this. That should be it. Alright, I'm gonna do one of these like stem swaps, or spring swaps. Let me find my 78 gram. Yeah, 7U for reference, yeah. Okay, so here's what we got. We have, as I usually show this, 78 gram slow 2 springs that I specifically bought just for the use of space bars. And today's no different. Here we go. I'm gonna crack one of these open. Just like, it could be any. I just need to make sure I can find. My God, what a crazy mess I'm making. Crack one of these open. I'm gonna oil a spring. If I happen to find where that is. Yep. There's some oil in here. Y'all can see the oil in this palette. I'm gonna lift this off. Slow springs, hell yeah. Slow springs, I'm gonna be honest, I feel like, okay, here's my take. Maybe this, I don't know that this is a hot take, but it is a take. I feel like slow springs, I think, are meant for productivity, and literally anything else is for like not being productive. So like if you're trying to game or something. That's my take. All right, so there it is. This is a 68 gram slow 1 and a 78 gram slow 2. So I'm just gonna put that to the side here. Just for reference. Because what I find is that like, if I'm just like trying to just like sit here and type something up, work on something, do a type test or whatnot, anything that's not a slow spring will actuate so early that like any graze of your touch to a key will like actuate and just cause me to have way more errors. So a slow spring prevents that because it's like such a high force to get to actuation in the first place. Hi, Ada. But I think you might need like such a low force for actuation when you're actually like gaming. Just try those 3-stage springs. It's funny. The multi-stage springs, I've been really trying to figure out if they're actually like more intense than like single stage, I guess. Single stage, like Sprit specifically. Single stage slow springs. No? They just go up faster? Yeah, that's what I had thought. Okay, and then here's what I do. Normally, what I've been doing lately is I'll just like mark this. So, or I'll just mark this first. Take a look right there. It's a little silver marking on the bottom left, and then I also put a little X on the left side of the top housing. Yeah, so I did try like a 2-stage spring from Kinetic Labs, and that's what I felt too. It goes up faster. It's weird. It's a weird sensation. Like, I don't hate it, but it's definitely weird. I think I might actually like it, but I don't think they prevent, or I don't think they raise the force required for activation the same way like Sprit Slow 2s do. Slow 3s are also cool, but I haven't been able to find 78 grams that'll help support like spacebar switches. I think we can possibly consider using more on this side. Moyu Queens have 3-stage if you're looking. Ooh. I'm gonna work on doing a little injection here. Inject a little lube. Make more of a mess. At some point, I'm gonna have to clean all this shit up. Big fan of 2-stage springs, right on. I feel like I pumped some extra that was kind of unnecessary, but let's find out. I also didn't even try enter or shift. Zaku switches feel like a tactile linear. That sounds better. Sounds good. Well, there's some sluggishness on this one. That worries me. Why is this sluggish? Let's check to see if it's not just the switch. Truthfully, it's probably not the switch, and it's probably the stabilizers themselves. Actually, maybe it was a switch. No, there's still some sluggishness. Damn. Did I blow it here? Oh, man. It's like, is there a great way to extract lube from in there? Maybe use too much here. I just don't want to take this all apart again, man. 220 in. It kind of looks like there's a lot of lube. Just like eye test. Moyu Bouquet are 3-stage tactiles, but I think the group I finished. Ooh. What y'all think? Should I disassemble all this? I feel like there's got to be some way to extract this lube from out of here. I feel like it's sluggish because I might have over lubed. I could put another 78 gram spring in there. Like, what if I switched out this switch for it? That actually works. Should I put two 78 gram spring switches in this build? One of those two, what was that? 2-stage spring? Do I still have those 2-stage springs just lying around? I wonder if that would actually help. I kind of doubt it. But I've now made myself curious if this would actually work. I don't know where I put it though. Where did I put it? What did I use? I used it on the Meridian. Yeah, I have no idea where I put it. Damn, that sucks. Is it around here? Is this it? No, that ain't it. I'm gonna look around for like another minute. Damn, this blows. What makes that so sluggish? I say fuck it. Let's do multiple springs. I could have undid this in this whole time. Tried to wipe some of this down, but I feel like the issue with that is I'm gonna get to a point where it's gonna be a struggle to make sure that I have tuned the stabilizer properly. And if that's the case, then it's just like I'd end up being like doing this back and forth, and I feel like I can just do this 78 gram silliness here separately. And then we'll be good. I removed the foam from the plate and it feels better. You did this all within the span of me, like, not even having really started my build. You've done that in less time than it has taken me to do this. Hot swap? Oh man. I ain't about that. I'm not a hot swap guy. Peter Poppins, welcome. Always great to have you. Oh, let me mark this up. How's the build going? Slow. But what do you expect? It's me. We marked this up for the second time. Didn't think we'd actually do this, but here we are. 78 gram, 78 gram. Alright. I say that that's good. Now in the meantime, what I've got to do is make sure that all of these guys are aligned right. Real. Don't want to waste the solder PCB on my clumsiness. Oh, this was the dumb switch. I didn't put any stem in it. I had a stem. One of the stems was like broken. Came in broken. I kid you not. Like one of the legs was just like gone. Alright, everything else should be good. So let's just... Okay, so... Real quick, one thing I noticed is that because I have these standoffs in, which I mean, I guess I can like just remove at any time. What I noticed was 11 months ago, I remember. It felt like there were alignment issues when I was like soldering in, and that, to be honest, is kind of where I started doing all of this, you know, like solder in one leg, align, solder in the other leg. It's because of my fear of what was really going on here in this build. Like my uncertainty that things were actually getting clipped into the plate correctly and actually being pushed in through the PCB fully. Like, I don't know if I just have like this weird apprehensiveness because maybe the colors are throwing me off between like the red solder mask, like the copper switch outlines, and the fact that the switch bottoms here are black. Just everything's like a different color. I don't know if it's like throwing my... I don't know if there's like a weird brain thing happening here, making me think that there's actual alignment issues. What we do know is that the standoffs are back. I could take them out, but it'd be like my third time so far. Just going back and forth. Wait, Zero, so you just took out some plate foam from your hot swap board. What board are you running? Is it also a D60? Or out of curiosity? KBD67, right on. Did that come with the Kale sockets in that PCB already? Or was it like mil-maxed or what? Some weird switch legs that are bent in a funny way on some of these. Kale, right on. Alright, so, truthfully, I don't know if you guys want to look at the VOD, or if you guys are just interested in seeing this now, but this shade of purple, whoa, Dr. West 13, thank you for the follow. This shade of purple I feel like is so much better than the R1 shade of purple. Look at this. This is like not anywhere close to what I think of when I think of 01. Akko mod 005, and sounds exactly the same. That's chill. I mean, like now that you've removed the foam, it sounds the same, or it sounded the same when you had the foam on. You think buying an extra PCB is worth it, Mr. Suit? Ooh. Okay. How do I put this? Oh man, what a great question. Like that's actually like I'm not even joking here. It's a really good question. Is buying an extra PCB worth it? Buying an extra PCB, I think. Okay, let me spin this around. Buying an extra PCB is not worth it if you are completely comfortable with your desoldering skills. Like if you're intending to desolder it and you're confident in your desoldering skills, it is not necessary. buying extra PCB is also not necessary if you're looking at this, and this is not common in the hobby, but if this is like you're planning on keeping this configuration on this keyboard forever, you know, like in that case, it's not necessary. Here's why I bring this up. I was buying... Okay, when I first started in the hobby, many years ago, I have fucked up my fair share of PCBs. 100% that is a real thing that has happened. And I am regretful I did not have these second PCBs. Within the last several months, it's that I ended up getting one of these FM204 guns. So this is it's an FM204 station that comes with this gun, and this has kind of changed a lot of things, even more so than I think an FR301. And I am no longer unconfident in my ability to desolder a board. But not everyone might have access to this particular tool. Zero, yeah, it's worth if one's faulty, yes. Yes, which I have made PCBs. I have been the reason that PCBs have been faulty before. The only thing that dies is a PCB. You get more than one, it saves you from fucking up at least once, plus multiple builds for different switches. Yeah, true. I got a hot swap with my Mr. Soup, planning to buy an extra solder PCB, although I had no experience on soldering. Okay. It's... that's the thing. I'll also say that is buying an extra PCB is literally like, it's kind of like insurance. Like, it gives you kind of this peace of mind that if you mess up once, you have another chance. And again, like, I look at it from a situation like, hey, like, I'm weird in thinking like, nah, I don't need another chance. I no longer need second chances. That's definitely gonna bite me in the ass at some point. I guarantee you that. But it's the real way I'm feeling. If you have no experience on soldering, I would say don't worry. Like, get the PCB, and the thing is, if anything, like here's how one way you can look at it. Get the PCB, and if you ever end up fucking it up, if you haven't already, that's your chance to learn how to solder. I don't know, but in the back of my head, solder PCB are more robust. Okay. That's another thing I'll mention too. Hot swap. I am really not a fan of hot swap. Especially, I used to have some very dumb reasons for not liking hot swap, but I feel like I now have some legitimate reasons for not liking hot swap. So before, I was like, I don't want a hot swap because I want to solder. It's a stupid reason. That's kind of one reason that I had before. I want to solder. Why would I want to use hot swap if I like intentionally want to solder? But there are some reasons why I think hot swap is also still legitimately not preferable. One is if you're not getting the layout that you want from it. So like for me, like a hot swap makes no sense if the PCB is like, you know, I only buy 60% like HHKBs, but like if the layout's not going to be an HHKB, then this is pointless, in my opinion. But another reason that I have found hot swap to be like kind of unpreferable is depending on the socket and the switch you use, it could be very difficult to remove, and you could mess something up. You could. It's more likely that you're going to be messing up the switches if if there's some weird incompatibility with the switch and the hot swap socket. You're probably not going to break a hot swap socket, but don't quote me on that. I believe there might be some people who might be a little rough with their PCBs and may have messed up a socket. Case in point, I put some OP black switches into a Ramakara, and I think there was just like too tight. It was too tight of a fit, so that was no good, truthfully. So I messed up a bunch of switches trying to take them out. But there's a bunch of switches that will just be completely fine, like if you're using like some cherry switches or something. I gotta drop alt high profile. I'm hoping jumping on Mr. Stu will make a big difference. I would say it probably will. I would venture to say, like, you're probably gonna notice the difference. I think, like, in terms of sound and feel, it's probably gonna happen. Okay, we got all these switches mounted. It's time to solder. We're like 2:45 in. Okay, always happens without fail. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. Excuse me. I am gonna clean up. I feel like I need to clean up first because there's just too much stuff going on, like right now here in my station. So let me clean up. I already bought the suit. Waiting at the end of December. Okay. Mode 65. I'm like, the thing is, how do I put this? I've seen some Mr. Suit builds recently. Just, you know, watching other folks on Twitch do them. Or, yeah, Mr. Suit builds. I wish that I can be a greater part of the conversation more when it comes to these things, but I really only know HHKPs. What I do know is I think that there was this interesting thing with the Mr. Suit where you kind of needed something on the bottom to line it with. Like, I think they had like a piece of plastic, some clear piece, just so that you could prevent shorts. And I was like, oh, that's kind of interesting. Congrats, just lost a raffle for tiramisu. By the way, I did that. I'm guessing it ended at this point. The group buy for tiramisu. That GB. I was like kind of debating it, but then I was like, oh no, it's okay. Well, yeah, it's fine. It's a two-tone set. I don't normally go for two-tone sets, but I like brown on brown look. It's like always like a little bit intriguing to me. Some people don't like it, but if I didn't end up consciously passing, I ended up passing because we might have hit the deadline. I'm just throwing stuff on the sides now at this point. Getting cleaned up here. Everything's such a crazy mess, as I usually go about making things. Got the black golden. It's easier to pair the theme and the keycaps. Right on. Can never go wrong there. I need a bag for this. Maybe this. Oh wow. Conveniently just have this bag here. I don't know what was in this before, but this is where this stuff is going in now. This 7U spacebar wire doesn't even fit. Excellent. When do you stream, man? Only every Tuesday? I'm gonna be totally 100% honest. My stream schedule is kind of all over. I'm not sure where you might have seen Tuesday. If you're looking at my schedule, it might be off because I haven't updated that in a while. But I'm trying. I'm trying really, really hard to do 2 builds a week. But sometimes it's only one. And this week I'm not gonna get 2 builds. This one is my build for this week, for that matter. Tomorrow and Wednesday, I'm going to be doing some photography related streams. So for anyone who's interested in photography content, stay tuned for that. But other than that, I'll try to get 2 builds in per week for the next, I don't know how long, many weeks. Life's catching up, we're getting occupied as, yeah, for sure. I don't know why I pulled this one out here. Oh, this weird leg. Okay. Alright, I feel very... I tried cleaning up. I tried. Kind of hungry. I had some toast at like 9 p.m. I need my iron now. There it is. It's bedtime. Snooze. Hey, Snooze, thanks for coming by again, as usual. Hope you have a good night, man. See you soon. Oh yeah, one last thing. Can you use a 3-pin switch on my Mr. Suit, which is a 5-pin? So, let me show you real quick. I don't know much about the Mr. Suit PCB. I'm gonna guess that it has 5-pin holes, but take a look at this. The difference between a 3-pin switch and a 5-pin switch. Maybe this is not the best one to show. I might need to bump my ISO up. Let's bump that up a little bit. Check this out. There's a 3-pin switch and a 5-pin switch. Is the pins in reference are, there are these 2 metal pins here, and then the rest are plastic pins. So a 3-pin switch only just has this middle fat one. These other 2 are the extra 2 pins in a 5-pin switch. And what these allow you to do is just like, if your PCB has holes for these, which most PCBs do, like most PCBs for customs do, these just kind of ensure that things are aligned pretty good. A 3-pin switch is only really is generally really only usable if you're going with a build that has a plate, but you're still just gonna want to be pretty careful about, you know, making sure things are aligned properly. It's really tough to go with a 3-pin switch on like a half plate or a plateless build. That's just like you kind of just don't want to do that, because like your alignment's just going to be like really messed up without a lot of fine tuning. So I think you're good since you got a hot swap board though. That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, if you're going hot swap, 3-pin might still just be okay, I guess. Alright. Damn, I got so much stuff. Oh my god. I gotta continue cleaning, guys. I apologize. Okay. Use 3-pin if you're going with a plate, right? Yeah, I mean, I would say so. If you don't know, just make sure not to remove the bottom plastic. I almost removed mine, but saw a build VOD that said not to. Ray23, yeah. Thanks for that. Ray, welcome to the stream. Again, I don't know a whole lot about non-HHKB builds, but I did see this about the Mr. Suit on some streams I saw. Yes. I would say, yeah, avoid removing the bottom plastic, because I think it's necessary to remove to prevent shorts. 3 pins if you're with the plate is okay. I think everyone just generally prefers 5-pin if they know their PCBs allow for it, and I think it's just like, again, it's one of those things where it's like peace of mind. You know your alignment's going to be good if you have the 5 pins, but if you're trying to save money, I mean, if you're trying to cut every corner, go for it. I mean, 3 pins probably going to work fine. Any mods I can do for the HHKB Hybrid Type S, or is lubing the only thing? Ooh, so it's funny because it's like I can tell you to lube, but the funny thing is I've never lubed an HHKB legitimately. I'm gonna turn off this second mic so that the fan doesn't go nuts. So I've never actually lubed a Topre board. Like, I've never lubed the switches on a Topre board personally. I've used several Topre boards, but I've never actually done a lubing for one. Lubing is a mod. You can do dome swaps. Back in the day, you could only like use donor boards for dome swaps, but I think there are, like, BKE makes new domes if you're trying to go heavier or lighter or anything. I'm looking for my solder. Outside of that, you could do like slider swaps. I feel like some people have some issues with like the desk keys sliders. So your best bet is to Nova Touch slider them, but those are going to be really hard and really expensive. Really hard to find and really expensive even if you do. I think those are the big other main mods that you would do on an HHKB. Here, okay. Ray 23. That's an interesting question. Okay, you brought up an interesting thing here. It's an HHKB Hybrid Type S. There is a mod I've always wanted to try that I've never tried, and I think it's kind of blasphemy, and I think everyone would wonder why the hell you would do it. But the mod that I'm thinking of is unsilencing a Type S. You can take a look and see, people have posted photos of this. There's a difference between specifically like an getting rid of the override. There's a difference between an HHKB like purple silence slider and a completely normal like non-Type S like normal slider. Obviously they're different colors. Obviously one is silenced, one isn't. But the actual like physical difference is that the Type S, where it has that O-ring landing pad, is accommodated for in the construction of the slider. So there's like that extra travel is supposed to be like accommodated for. Now if you take off that ring, if you take off that O-ring landing pad, you actually, what I understand is you would actually get like a fraction of a millimeter's extra travel distance. And I have no idea if you'll be able to feel that. I'll be 100% honest in saying that. Now, here's the thing. No one would ever do this mod. I feel like, I don't know, maybe there's someone who's interested in doing it, but most people, if they bought a Type S in the first place, they wanted it to be silent. So I'm just mentioning it as a mod you could do. It's a mod that I would like to do one day. I just haven't gotten to it because I've been doing a lot of MX stuff and ALP stuff. So, whoa, Stratagem! Whoa, my goodness, that big old raid! Hey guys, hey, welcome Stratagem to the stream. Stratagem, thanks so much for bringing your community here. By the way, guys, so Stratagem, welcome. I guess it's like a good time to introduce each other, guys. I'm doing a keyboard build right now. This is a KBDFans D60. For those in Stratagem's stream here, Stratagem streams Splatoon. One of my favorite, it's my favorite Nintendo Switch game, 100% honest. So I haven't streamed much Splatoon 2 content in a long while just because I'm trying to get through my backlog of keyboard work. So Splatoon content is definitely something that I do want to get back to in the future. Today was actually Dark Souls. Oh, right on. Okay. Stratagem, I know Stratagem from Splatoon, but today was a Dark Souls night, I guess. Stratagem, hope your stream went great, and thanks again so much for being here. Doing an item randomizer to see what you use, what you see run. Okay. I haven't actually played Dark Souls before. I've just known that it's supposed to be a really difficult game. Devi, welcome. Nice to see you again. Alright, Ray 23. Interesting. Might have to try it out. I'm kind of happy with how it feels. Completely stock. Right on. Okay. Back to it. We're going to be soldering in some switches. Stratagem, Devi, welcome. It's great to see you guys again. Okay, so we're going to be doing this thing again where we I don't think we actually need to do this because we already have like the standoff screwed in. But I guess we can, or we should do it regardless. And while we're at it, I think I'm gonna try to screw these in, just make sure these are totally tightened in so that there isn't any unnecessary give, and then maybe this will help us fix any other outstanding alignment issues. Where's that other one? There it is. Gonna head off to bed. Got work in the morning. Hope the build goes well. Great stream. Hey, Stratagem, thank you so much. Appreciate you being here and dropping off your whole community here. Just got back in the hobby after taking a pause for like 4 years. Is Nova Touch Slider still the best for Topper MX Stems? Ray, first of all, welcome back. Welcome back. That's so cool that you're back into it, because I took like a similar break. I left from about like 2016, 2017 to like 2020. And hey, welcome back. Is Nova Touch still the best? I want to say yes, but I also want to be... What is this? Shoot. Did I blow this? I feel like I over soldered this or something. Alright, I guess I gotta bring the gun back out. Is Nova Touch the best source? Yes, but you're gonna have a lot of trouble finding them. Because Nova Touch is being completely out of production. Especially and now with more people in the hobby has made them like hard and expensive to find. There are, I think Deskies has some sliders, but what I've heard is that they might not be so great. So it's still a work in progress for most other, most other sliders. We're gonna suck this up because I'm not sure what really has happened here, but this looks really funny. I think I just missed this from a little bit earlier. Pin was bent, maybe? Oh no. What's going on, guys? This don't seem good. Oh yeah, that was totally bent. So I just missed it, I guess. Let's try this again. There it is. Alrighty. Back to work. I'm realizing I should also check all these switches just to make sure I even clipped them in properly. Hadn't already done that. Maybe I'll do that after this row. Alright. Take a quick look here, just make sure everything checks out. Don't see anything here that's wrong. Everything looks good. Oh my god. How many still have that problem? Gotta press everyone really hard. I just soldered in a bunch. Had like a crazy click on that caps lock key. It was because we did the extra screwing in. There's another one on the space bar. That one too. Alright. I don't know what to say here other than let's just keep the ball rolling. I feel like it's so funny because I'm pretty sure you can go back to this January VOD of me building this D60 back then, and then noticing that I had the same, probably the same caliber of alignment issues. I feel like I was like halfway in and I was realizing, oh shit, something here is wrong. And I mean, I guess I'm catching some of these things early, but I'm hoping that I didn't have anything wrong in that first row. And part of me thinks that this might be due to those standoffs, but it also might be due to, again, maybe just encountering some of the same issues where it didn't clip in the switches properly. Alright. The soldering is going to be like a lot more smooth once we do all the second legs. We're really just trying to make sure everything's good on this first pass of first legs. I'm gonna go shift to 2 at a time now. Alright, I got some food for thought for you guys, anyone who's out there listening. So, we looked at this, and we've been looking at some of these same couple of things that I own here. So, at some point, I was managing to create this 60% custom. That's in just like a simple like plastic case. I think it's like NKPC or something. Someone manufactures this plastic case. Then you just throw in your DZ60 in there. Or, you know, it's DZ60 if you're trying to go Alps. I'm reasonably certain that I built an Alps build in there, but it's just like, you would just call that a, I don't know, I guess you'd call it a custom 60% build, because what else would you call it? There's no special name for this board, I don't think. Now, meanwhile, I have a pre-built board. It's by KB Paradise. It's called the V60. Now, my question is, it's also a 60% board. It has like, you know, just like it's a pre-built, like it's a plastic case as well. It's got its own kind of like, you know, proprietary-ish 60% PCB, but it's really just no different than many other PCBs, 60% PCBs that are just out there. And I don't know, I think there's this idea that you could swap out the case on like 60% pre-builts like this with any kind of other 60% case. So say I did that for my pre-built V60. Let's just for the sake of argument, let's say I just decide to do that. Let's switch the case for a nice metal case. Is it still a V60? Let's say I do that and I swap it out for a different plastic case. Is it still a V60? Now the next question I've been thinking about is, say that we've completed this case swap on the V60, so we change it into some other case. What if I take that old V60 case and then put like another PCB assembly into it, like, you know, PCB plate, switches, keycaps, all that. Is that a V60? Knowing that we've already put the V60 PCB assembly into something else? I wonder. I wonder because I actually really want to do something like this. I think a critical component is that this PCB might need to be... This is the exact thing I want to do. The PCB that I have to swap into this V60 case will have to be mini USB. I think that's the biggest hang up for me. I need a mini USB PCB that has HHKB layout on it. Alright, we're just on this final leg here, and then I'm going to just check alignment while we're still in this state. Then I'm going to start soldering in all of these second legs. It's about 12:30. It's past midnight at this point. Pretty late, huh? I have nothing to say here other than I guess this looks good. Don't see much wrong. Okay, I'm just gonna go for it. We're gonna solder in the second pair, the second legs on each switch, and we're just gonna do this fast. I don't need to do any realignments in between, but I should do this upside down. Imagine you really damage the pad on the PCB. That would be annoying. I haven't done that in a very long time. I don't think I've done that in the last year. Like, I vaguely recall jumping switches, man, maybe over a year ago. And so it's like, because it happens so infrequently, like I just don't really remember how to do it. Like without somebody assisting me. It's just been a very long time. What sucks too is that the last time I did it was on stream. But I didn't save the VOD. I really should have saved the VOD. I also no longer own that keyboard. So it's like, it's also makes it even harder, so because I can't just refer back to the work I did. So if I ever have to jump again, I'm gonna need somebody's help. Like, I'm sure it makes sense, I don't remember. Alright, so what are the next steps? I'm gonna test this PCB. Then I'm gonna throw gaskets onto the case. And then I'll reassemble. And we'll throw on some Mecha-01 on here. My guess, will probably go on for another half hour-ish, I hope. Maybe a little more. We'll probably make it an even 4 hours. Alrighty. I think that's it, but let's go and test to make sure I didn't miss anything. Before we do that, let me make sure that I get VIA on. Alrighty. Let's take a look here. I didn't even add most of this. Wow. Interesting. Okay. Does everything look right here? Layer 1. Comes to show how little I use this board. Man, I used this board in January. I've always had this thing in my head that I would like rotate boards more often. But it's like, I've been more so doing this thing where I build a board and then I use it until I build the next board, and I haven't had a stoppage in boards to build. So, yeah. Same, yeah, there you go. Let's see. Media. I think that's it. Alright. Let's test this out. Balala, welcome back. Alright. Looks good to me. Alright, so there's our testing. Alrighty, let's get rid of all this. Move some of this out of the way. I'm gonna get rid of this mat too. How do you, okay, for those of you who have work mats, what do you guys do with them? Like, I just like throw them off to the side. Like, do you guys keep them in a case or something? You guys tie them up? Alright, so here are some old gaskets. And here are some new gaskets. Let's see if they're the same. Oh, here are some more gaskets. How many gaskets do I have? Wow. This is interesting. They also threw in a daughter board too. Kind of weird. Keep what? Work mats. How do you, what do you, if you have like a work mat that you do all your soldering and messy stuff on, what do you do with it when you're done? Roll it up and tie it with a loose rubber band. Okay, I feel like I should do that. What was I gonna do next? Oh, I was gonna grab this case. Daughter board giveaway. I don't even know, like, that daughter board. I'm not sure if that was an AIO3 daughter board. Like, it looks like one, but I can't be certain. I'm a little bit confused at my choices here. Why have I done this? Why did I make these choices? I guess I could find my VOD and then like find out why I did this. I don't know, maybe that daughter board will be useful, but shoot, I just pulled this off and I'm not even fully ready. Okay, what I'm guessing here is it'll just land right where we need it to. Right there. There's some give in all directions, but we should just be able to lay it where we need it to. This is actually pretty damn challenging to lay it where we need it to lay. That is looking curvy. Oh no. I guess this is why I have so many extras. Hold on, let me try to do it on this side first. There's like a very, very weird tolerance with this. The CG stands for curvy gasket. Don't want to cut it. It's not that I don't want to cut it. It's that like this is very like how do I put it? Like it's got to fit like almost perfect in this like slot, which is not just like it's in both axes. So like look at this. This is crazy. Like oh my god, I know you guys probably can't see it, or maybe you can, but I mean like it just looks wild. Both, did I say both axes? Because I feel like it's like 3 axes, not just 2, it's 3. I wish the gaskets that are stretchable had adhesive backing that gave some structure, stopped it from deforming. Yes. I agree. I also wish that. Dude, crazy, bro. What's so crazy is that, like, this is the way this is. I feel like this is, I can't even use this gasket anymore. But luckily I have, like, a infinity billion of them. What's crazy about this is that, like, I'm having so much trouble putting this in a way that's, like, nice. But on the other hand, I don't know how many people were here to see the beginning, but I opened this up for the first time in like 10 months earlier on stream. And the gaskets were previously on the plate. I had gaskets on the plate instead of within this case. And I decided to rip them off because they looked so crazy. Like there's like I guess I had some misalignment there on the plate gaskets, and I'm just like, this looks so stupid. And I'm now trying to put it in the case, and I have the same feeling. This looks so stupid. You know? Like, why? Is gasket mount worth it? Like, I feel like I've messed this up so much at this point. Is this even still a good gasket? Should I have just gotten a new one? Dr. West Byman gotta work now. Alright. Thanks so much for dropping by, and thanks so much for following. Appreciate you being here. Magnets are. I mean, I'm down. Some of that Delos magic, man. Like, I don't even want to... How do I put this? Part of me, like, doesn't want to even proceed with this gasket right here. But, like, I just know that, like, the next one I try is going to be equally bad. You know? So like, what difference does it really make? N52 magnets lose about 1% of magneticity after 100 years. That's too much, man. That's too much for the people that are gonna live to be millions of years old. You know what I mean? Poron, who fucking knows? It's true. Like, I just get this weird feeling that like who came up with like gasket mounted boards using this, like, you know, using this, you know? And like, when is it gonna be the case that like someone's gonna open up their board 2 years from now and it's gonna be all fucked up? You know? Like, everyone's just gonna have the same board. Everyone's gonna have, and every board is gonna be all messed up. An inside man from DuPont. Look at this. I already messed up this gasket. Excellent. Like, I know how this is supposed to be, but it is really difficult to get it to be that way it's supposed to be. Like, this gasket is supposed to like slide in to this slot, but this slot is too fucking thin. Like, jeez. Or the poron's too big. One of the two. Jeez, good lord. This is terrible. That's a lot of Chris gaskets. It is. Oh my god. I still have to do this like 14 more times, I feel like. This is crazy. Still a Weto, welcome to the stream. I'm struggling to throw on some gaskets right now because I don't know. I don't have an answer, but we are. This is crazy. I don't know if you guys can see this, but this is what's like been happening. This is the second straight gasket like this where it's like just can't really get it in, and I'm just like, I feel like I'm like tearing away at the gasket while trying to get the gasket in. Because look at this. Look at this slot. This is I don't have a gasket in here yet. It's like just like, I don't know who has this level of human precision to get this gasket in here perfectly. Whoops. We just chop up the case like this too, out of frustration. My God. Yeah, that's good. Figure out for a come in and at least offer some company. I appreciate it. Much appreciated. In a time like this, where we can't even get the gaskets right. I'm killing this already. I'm gonna get rid of this. Let's move on to another gasket. You got, there's a lot of gaskets here, truthfully. This one is also imperfect. But see, like, look at this. Look at, oh my God. Look at this shit. How, like, how... How can you possibly, like, conceivably fit this in so perfectly? Like, you'd need to squeeze like the bottom of the port. So I've been trying to use these tweezers, but the thing is, like, what makes it so challenging is that, like, I don't want to, like, by squeezing it like in this direction, I'm gonna elongate it. I feel your pain. I put some aftermarket skates in my newish mouse. Had to be fairly precise. Yeah. This is stupid annoying, man. Like, I could just... Like, what if I just slap it on and then, like, just hope that the plate is gonna just, like, get it in right? Like, what are the chances of that? Like, the plate will just figure it out. But then I feel like the whole point is that, like, you're supposed to have this evenness of the foam, and if you're already setting yourself up to have this not be even, then this, like, it's fucked. Like, what perfection you're supposed to have had from this board, I mean, there is no perfection if you were setting yourself up like this in the first place. Try that one. I don't even want to say that this was better than the last one, but I guess it is. God dang, that's crazy, man. Gaskets. There's, like, even right here, there's like a design imperfection. I don't know if they all have this, but I'm noticing, like, a little design imperfection. Check this out. I don't know if y'all see that, but, like, There's like a weird, I don't know what you call it. The seam just doesn't look quite right at the two edges. There's like the faintest of sharp points. So, faintest. This is nuts. Oh my god, there's so many of these too. Like, I guess one other thing too is like, am I supposed to squeeze with my own fingers to get this right? Because I feel like the plate's gonna squeeze it itself already. Oh Lord, Ares 1, my favorite human friend. Little blurry. Oh. One saved gaming. Thanks so much, and Zero as well. Problem is, like, I don't even want to try that hard anymore with this. It's like, what good does it become for me to actually try this? I got a couple of these side pieces as well. So impossible. Look at this. I think the bottom case is really easy because the dip isn't as insane. So like, this will come in just real easy on the side here when I'm working on the bottom case, but like the top case is where I think all the trouble really is. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not excited for my upcoming gasket mount builds. I did not have fun doing with the Sangyo. I'm not having fun doing it here with the D60. Kind of like looking at this like, man, is this really what I want to be doing? Like, I think I have the K coming in. Piggy as well. I forget what else I have. Jesus. Possible, bro. Actually impossible. You know what I wonder? Nah, that can't be it. I was about to say, like, what if you only put the top gaskets on, like, on the plate? But then even then, you're still gonna have an issue because this shit's supposed to be like, this is where it's supposed to be. like it's supposed to land in here. So it's like if you're placing it on the plate and it's not even landing properly, then what hope do you really have? And that's pretty much exactly what had happened, I think, on this plate previously too. The sides, no, the sides are, yeah, the sides are stupid. So what was happening before is I had these gaskets on the plate, and when it was just compressing on the inside, everything was just getting super warped. And it's interesting here because I'm like, I know I'm just warping it right now, but what else can I really do? Like, I don't even think that at this stage placing these gaskets is like really worth the effort of like trying to get exactly right, because truthfully it's not going to be right. Like, I mean, there's no amount of human precision that's going to get this right. Like, any hope of getting this right comes at the expense of like how I feel like the gasket is supposed to make this keyboard feel. How it's supposed to, the intent. I always wonder, like, I don't know. I always think about like potential versus like actual precision. Like, I always, like, you know, sometimes I wonder like if I could like shrink ray myself and get myself to work this into the seams here, like I think I could get it perfect. But I mean, like, you know, I don't have a shrink ray. If I could ride like a little mini UFO. Hey Nordell, what's going on? Hey, we're struggling through the gasket placement on this dumbass board. Funny thing is, like, we'll do this now. I'm just gonna get rid of this one. We'll do this now, but I mean, I guess like if I ever do future builds in this, which I am not encouraged. If I ever do future builds, it's like at least I won't have to do this again. I have a I have a D60 light coming in at some point as well. It's supposed to be slated for the end of this year. I don't know if it's gonna make it. Yeah, this one's harder than the last one, but I also think that the last one I didn't even get right. How's the finish of the yellow? Is the same as Tofu's? Yeah, I mean, it's just like basic ano. I don't know if I could say much more than that. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah. Oh my god, this looks so stupid. This is like unbelievable. It is like, how is this a thing? Fun. Alright, I really don't know how much more I want to do on trying to get this gasket right, because it just seems like it won't be. I'm just giving up on those side ones. I mean, it's just too ridiculous. Period. Can't even get a... My god, it's already past 1. Oh my god, it's already almost 4 hours into this stream. You guys are also probably seeing mostly my head. It's like the thing I hate most about when I stream is like I'm like fully all the way over the project at hand and you see my head instead of the project. For a conversation piece, I'm floating the idea of streaming some keyboard builds. Don't think I'll be consistent in content, but I am aiming to bring something a little different to the table. It'll be a novice to pro journey with keyboard builds. Right on. I'd say if you have the time and if you have the interest, nothing should stop you. Oh, this one did not turn out bad. That is probably the best, and it still doesn't look great. It makes me want to go back and revisit some of these at the bottom. Whatever. I'm not gonna do that. It is so goofy. If I have any one possible tip, Stillwater, it's a tip that I would want to give to myself because I haven't heated it myself, is I would very much encourage tying it to YouTube content. I really, really want to make YouTube content. I feel like having both YouTube content and a Twitch stream would, I don't know, they help each other, and I don't know, yeah, they're both really good. Just same up for a good mic and use my phone's camera. Hopefully it'll work well enough. I know how some cams focus faster than other expensive cameras. Yeah, no, this one doesn't autofocus at all. Like, I'm on a Nikon system. It's not built for video, truthfully. Like Nikon F mount SLRs. Like, I'm using SLRs for both my face and my top down. And it's really good in some ways, but in other ways just really not strong. Like, the glass is incredible, but it's just ability to be used in the same way that other people are using video systems. It's just not there. This ridiculous, bro. I feel like, yeah, I'm just wasting time at this point, so I'm just gonna try to speed through this. That almost worked until it didn't. Almost worked until it didn't. Chris will never do good. Oh my god. This is just so incredible. Like, I have gasket builds like waiting to be done, and it's just so unenticing. I mean, I did the Polaris. I mean, I feel like the D60, when I first got the D60, I felt like, I guess, I think it's like, I considered it like, oh, is this like a Polaris knockoff? And no, it's like, I guess it's kind of a different design, one that's just much harder to be successful with. I mean, that's just the truth. I don't plan on growing a channel or anything, just for peeps to enjoy something. Typing tests I'll pass on. If I go to YouTube, I'd be uploading entire streams. I'm still on the fence if it's worth it, as I fear by the time people catch on and watch, I've used all my content. I get it. I understand. Yeah, I mean, if it's just like, hey, something you really just want to do for fun, then yeah, you'll really have to just weigh, like, is it worth spending all this money on equipment just for something that's totally fun? And if it is, I mean, just to make sure that the price is right, you know. Really trying to get this side gasket right. I feel like most of them are like okay at this stage, but just not really this one. Whatever. I'm just worried about having to do this D60 light build whenever that one comes in. God damn. Not like this, man, you know? Not like this. Y'all like little disasters? Because that's what this stream's boiling up to be. It ain't one of the fun ones either. Like me, I'm a fun disaster type guy. This is not a fun disaster. Nordell, alright man, got a meeting in 6 minutes. I'm gonna do it. Hey, thanks so much for dropping by. I appreciate it. Thanks for coming and watching this. Alright, this one isn't recessed so much, so this one's actually significantly more reasonable. My god. This bottom, yeah, these bottom case ones. Significantly. Catch you later. Curvy. Curvy. Alright, goal is to be done by 2 a.m. now. So we got a half hour. No tape mod, none of that. We had no such problems before. No reason to use tape. Oh my god, you for real? Extended stream. Alright. Last gasket. Alrighty. Enough of this, man. Let's just get this in. I'm like so done with this. Yeah, fingerprints everywhere. So excellent. Did I use the right? I did, okay. When did the D60 enter group buy? Funny you should ask. I don't know that you'd really call these like group buy boards. Like KBD fans. Are these the right size screws? Drivers? Yes, they are. KBD fans just like releases them sometimes. I feel like. Oh, that is like looks out of place. What the? What the fuck? Hold up, guys. This looks out of place. Look at all my fingerprints on this. Yeah, they sometimes just like release them, especially like the lights, the plastic versions. Looks like a nice gasket board. I like the plates. Well, I've been struggling with this board all night, trying to get the gaskets right. I will say, like, yeah, I guess it is like a kind of budget-ish option for gasket mount. But I would honestly consider looking elsewhere for gasket options. The colors are cool though. We'll give it that. Man, are you for real? There's a pink one. They got pink ones now. That's pretty cool. After all, it's KBD fans. Okay, I think my issue is like it's supposed to be like locked in there. I have not been getting it in a position where it like looks locked in there. I think I have it now. At least enough. I'm curious now though. Now that I've like tried, so let me try to explain what happened a little bit earlier. I had the gaskets on the plate, right? And because there's such this like crazy ass tolerance of like fitting the gasket into the slots on the actual case, what I'm guessing is that these plate gaskets that I used to be using were just like not fitting in there. And if they were not fitting in there, maybe like I wasn't experiencing the board the way that they were supposed to be experienced. Now in this case, I've put the gaskets into the actual like case slots. And while I've done this really quite poorly, maybe this will be more representative of what they've meant for me to feel. Do you ever wonder who designed the tofu? That's a good question. I mean, the tofu is literally just like, it's just the same kind of like tray mount style that most pre-built boards use, but just someone made a metal casing for it that has like nice sharp corners. So I'm like, yeah, it's a good question. It's a fair question. It's like, who designed the tofu that everyone buys and who designed the actual design behind it. Like who was the brain behind it? All right. Oh my god, what a stupid build. Okay. All right, I'm gonna go wash my hands and I'm gonna go grab Mecha-01. We're gonna grab the green, like the normal base. We're gonna save the red base for another day. Where'd I put it? Ah. I cannot believe I bought all this kit in. This is really crazy. Probably the most successful design. Well, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Is there really a Kappa in that? Damn, this stream ran super long. My god. How's that look? Okay, so just FYI. Let's take a look at these. EV01 round 1, EV01 round 2, and then Mecha-01 keycaps. In case anyone was interested or curious. Round 2 is significantly better. Agreed. Big agree. Alrighty. Let's get it. Here's something I also wonder. Are you supposed to mount like look at this. Are you supposed to mount keycaps before you mount a gasket mounted board? Because aren't you like messing with the gaskets just by virtue of pushing down so hard? Looks like the new GMK Terror. I actually bought in on Terror. I have a named theme for this build if you want to hear. Wonder what it could be. Now, this right here is my Pikachu build. You can tell from the colors. I would love to hear it. Barney. Let's hear it. Someone's rushing someone else outside. I just realized my second mic has been off since soldering. So, just got it back on. I actually have a bunch of, like, I have the novelties and everything. But, I'm good on opening them. Incredible Hulk Tokyo Nights. Ah. This is kind of like a hero theme. Hey, am I the only person here in the world who loved Edward Norton's Incredible Hulk? Edward Norton's a genius. He played that role to perfection. Personal user, thank you for the follow. What am I doing? Edward Norton, the greatest Hulk of all time. Likes is better. Hey, looking. Hey, yes. HHKB gang. Hey, what's going on? Alright, I don't know what Mecha-01 was supposed to look like with these mods. Let's see. Let's see here. What is the HHKB supposed to look like? Glad to have a fellow HHKB user on stream. I think it's better maybe because Mark Ruffalo didn't have a standalone Hulk movie. He didn't? I don't know enough about like the universe of superhero movies, to be perfectly honest. I really don't know enough. What did I watch? I watched Iron Man 1 and 2. I watched Thor. I think I watched Captain America. I watched the first Avengers. I watched Eternals recently. Ever since I used my first HHKB layout, I never really strayed away from it. Yeah, no, there's no way. No way I would ever leave. I still don't look into comic stuff all that much, unfortunately. Yeah. Me neither. Oops. We'll go back here to this. You guys are probably more interested in seeing this. Alright, what are these keys? Just like that, right there. And I need these diamonds. Alright, which escape? Black or green? Or is there anything else here? I guess you could put anything there, like... I'm sure this means something, and I don't know what it is. I feel like I've seen it before, I just don't really recall. Might be a reference to the anime. I think it might actually mean something I've just forgotten. It might just be like a keyboard related key. I think. Hover each key over the spot. So there's that. There's that. And there's that. I'm not quite sure which one I like the most. They all seem fine. I feel like probably this one. I like the build though. Red plate, low key peeking out. Yeah. The red plate is kind of what makes this kind of nice. You like the first two? Okay. let's go with that then. Look at that. We got the purple USB cutout to match. You know, it was really cool. I don't know if you guys had seen the EV-01 inspired J02. That one was nuts. Holy shit! You guys see that? Let's see if I can find that. Check this out. Look at that. Like that green pen rail. It's crazy. Holy shit. That's nuts. Looks real good. And has a Hulk board. So yeah. Yeah, that green pen rail just makes this 100%. It's crazy. Crazy. So good. Like, I have a J02 and I'm a little upset that I didn't just wait for this. And if I didn't even have my current J02 and I missed this, I'd be so mad. I'd be so mad. With that said, like it's that, like, as I've been waiting for this set, I've been like less, I don't know, wanting of it. But now that I have this mounted on, it's like, oh, it does look pretty good. It is pretty nice. Mounted on black. What do you guys think about this mounted on black? I wasn't sure if I'd like it or not. And I'm looking at it now. I think I like it. Curse of being a first adopter. Yup. Yup. I don't think that this is. There we go. Alright, guys. Let's run a little prediction for y'all. Words per minute, as usual, let's go with 129. So feel free, guys. You want to wager some points? Get in there. Black mods bring it together well, yeah, for sure. Excuse me. The rough part with the first and second round GB is that for me, who wants to wait for the improvements on the second round? There at times won't be second rounds. Yes, it's always scary, always scary. Like, I've just been jumping into so many group buys, I think really because of FOMO, but I feel like, man, it's really hurting. Like, not gonna lie. Feel free to wager up, guys, if you guys believe or doubt. Yeah, black does look... Yeah, if this were just purple on the black, they'd be like a little bit funny looking. But I think the black mod's pretty good, especially considering all things. Like, I don't usually like... two-tone sets, but I thought, like, I kind of just really wanted to get this just to see. Just make sure my alignment's good. Being an HHKB enjoyer, it's easy to pass on boards mainly because there aren't many group buys of that. Yes, yes. 100% agree with that, but then at the same time I still try to get in on what there is, and it ends up being kind of pricey. I really mourn the days when not all key sets had HHKB support, so then it was just easier to pass on them. PLX HHKB is gonna hit different for sure. For sure. Alrighty, guys. I think the prediction period is done. I don't think anyone wagered anything. Alright. Let's get it, guys. Okay. D60 HHKB Black Anno with all my fingerprints all over it, of course. FR4 plate. No plate foam this time around. EV01 switches with 68 gram Sprit slow springs. What else? I feel like I shouldn't have switched so fast. Mecha-01 keycaps. Is there anything else? Just trying to make sure here that all the keycaps are pressed in perfectly. Region lock, can't gamble. Okay. 60-second test. 129 is the threshold, but I'm not sure that anyone wagered. Can't even wager. I stream so late at night that I'm hitting all the countries that are like no wagering allowed. All right, let's get it. 129. Let's try to hit 129. Wait. I'm hoping you guys are able to hear it. I realize I didn't bring the microphone forward. Okay. Let's try again. Oh no. Oh god. Oh god. Ooh. So bad. So bad. Alright guys, what do you think? I'm listening to this. I feel like there's a little tiny bit more character now that the plate foam is gone. I'm curious about whether or not these gaskets, like the re-gasketing on the case versus the plate, really did anything. Maybe it did. I don't know. It's just really hard to tell. You know what Oh, wow, I just realized something. I realized I didn't actually run a type test before stream. I think I messed around. I was playing with the keyboard, but I didn't actually run a type test. But I mean, I should have type tests with that plate foam in the other VOD, which you can catch on my YouTube channel, my YouTube VOD dump channel. All right, congrats to everyone who doubted, which was 0% of you, and I apologize to anyone who believed in me, which was 0% of you as well. Alright, every time I see a drop backspace, I think of how much better it is to reach for it quickly. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Yeah, this is, I mean, I guess I'll be driving this. A funny thing, I was running, that's 0 points gone to waste. Here's a funny thing. I've been driving the Blade, which I guess is also a KBDFans board, which I did an Alps build on. And how do I put this? I feel like I have a problem with the Alps part of it, because this is the first time I really kind of felt this, where hitting off center is just like really bad, and I'm not sure why. I feel like maybe I haven't really experienced it because it's this combination here of I just also realized this is upside down. It's this combination of using like genuine, like authentic Alps, which is like the lack of wobble makes it less forgiving to like hit off center, with the OEM keycaps. I think that was a part of it. So I'm happy to be off of this one and then moving on to this guy. As much as I hated building this today, it's like I find this a little bit more acceptable. I still feel bad for throwing shade on the plate. That's chill. I mean, it's what it is. I designed it badly. I mean, that's the truth. I've been doing this thing where I add like the plate mount wire thing, and it's just like I just gotta stop doing that. Truthfully, there's nothing to gain from that, I don't think. Plate mount. I'm trying to think of what plate mount would ever be useful for at this stage. And I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I was gonna troll the betting tables, but then I couldn't find where you bet. It might have expired or something. All right, guys. Let's see who's online tonight. Rory, looks like Rory's on. Haven't hit up Rory in a long while. Let's see who else is on. I see one other new streamer, but I also kind of want to hit up Rory because it's been too long. Let's do it, guys. Half plate Alps build. Wait, is that what Rory's doing right now? Half plate. What, or are you just asking about half plate Alps? You can't reasonably do half plates or just like plateless Alps. It's your alignment's gonna get really rocked. No, it's gonna be bad. By the way, what mic are you using? I'm using two mics. So I have this head-worn mic right here. Actually, you could look it up right here on gear. But I also need to update this. I'm gonna need to update this pretty soon because I'm gonna actually have more new gear. So this is a DPA D-Fi head-worn mic that goes into a Sennheiser like transmitter receiver system, the EW100 ME2. And then on top of that, I have an AT2035. Yes, AT2035 to go along with it. But just as a spoiler, I am also going to be... I'm getting another microphone pretty soon. So I'm waiting on that before I start seriously looking into producing some YouTube content. So oh, neat. I was planning on getting an AT2035 too, hopefully used. Oh, okay, right on, right on. I might still try to put together this 3-mic system and see how useful it really is. I kind of doubt that it's going to be particularly useful, but I'm curious to see, at least for a little bit. Rory and Thick Tac Talk, once a game. All right, right on. Let's see who... Okay, oh, Thick Tac Talk is on, okay. I might send it over to Rory. Shouts out to Rory. Let's see. Okay, let's do that, guys. For anyone who hasn't already joined the Discord, feel free to get in on it if you want notifications for when I go on live, as well as any other kind of exclusive keyboard content that I bring to Discord first, or just like discussions on any other stuff as well. So feel free to hop on in there. Tomorrow and Wednesday, I'm going to be doing some photography related streams, film photos. So tomorrow I'm going to be developing about 5 rolls of film, and then Wednesday I'm going to be scanning them. So check it out if you guys are interested. I know some people, there's a big crossover between photography and the keyboard hobby, so check that out. So until next time, I'll see you guys again soon. Stick around for the raid. We're going to be hitting up Rory, so appreciate it. Good night from San Francisco, and until tomorrow, we'll check out Rory. Peace, guys.